Wallingford, in the shadow of the castle, Matilda's faction, commanded by her son Henry, proved it was still willing to fight King Stephen for the crown. But after 15 years of conflict, both sides had had enough. So, they made a deal. Matilda would surrender her claim to the throne on condition that when Stephen died, her eldest living son Henry would succeed him. A year later, he was crowned King Henry II, and proceeded to grow the kingdom into the mighty Angevin Empire. But, once again, what the king had spent his life building, his own children were destined to destroy. King Henry II had 4 surviving legitimate sons, and he planned to divide up his kingdom between them. But they fought bitterly for dominance. Against the odds, Henry's youngest son, John, became king. But King John was deeply unpopular. He lost huge swathes of the Angevin Empire gained by his father, then failed to reclaim them in expensive battles. Paid for by taxing his subjects. Eventually, England's barons could take it no more. They forced John to agree to a charter that restricted his power. The Magna Carta. But he went against his word. Furious, they rebelled, inviting Prince Louis of France to invade England. In 1216, Louis sailed to Dover and set his sights on taking this: Dover Castle. Held by forces loyal to King John, it was commanded by Hubert de Burgh. He described the castle as the key to England. He was right. If it fell to the French, so would the kingdom.
All right.
Asked to invade by the rebel barons, Prince Louis's French army launched an assault on the castle at Dover. Opening a crack in the outer defenses, the invading forces charged the castle walls. The garrison at Dover would meet the French with clenched fists and an iron will. Dover could not fall.
All right, let's see.
Commander Hubert de Burgh rallied his men to hold back the French and defend the castle. Battle of Hastings, the death of one man changed the course of history. The Anglo-Saxon King Harold was killed here, on England's south coast. His army defeated by William of Normandy. Anglo-Saxon rule was over forever. At Westminster Abbey on Christmas Day 1066, William was crowned the first Norman King of England. Now he had to secure power across the country. He began by stamping his mark on the landscape, building cathedrals and castles at strategic locations. Nothing like them had been seen in England before. They reminded the Anglo-Saxon population exactly who was in charge. But not all were content with living under Norman rule. Anglo-Saxon revolts broke out across the country. King William acted quickly to crush these rebellions. But there was one region where dissent was spiraling out of control: the north of England. In 1069, a group of lords from Northumbria formed an alliance with Viking invaders. Together they approached Norman-held York, a large city with an important cathedral, still protected by ancient Roman walls. But the walls couldn't save York. The city and the castle fell to the rebels. William's new kingdom was under threat. He had to get the city back under Norman control. William had no choice but to order his men north. But as the Norman forces set off on their long march towards York, how much resistance from the rebels would they encounter? One weapon more than any other dominated warfare in the Norman period: the crossbow. 14th century crossbows like this were the culmination of centuries of development. With limbs made of steel, they were incredibly powerful. But earlier Norman crossbows had limbs made of wood.
There was a limit to how powerful these wooden bows could be.
So, the idea that Norman crossbows were a powerful weapon is really a myth. Despite this, they were effective at medium range, and that was enough in battle. Drawing the bow repeatedly took a lot of strength. Thankfully, help was at hand.
A crossbowman spanned his weapon with a device called a belt and claw.
This gave him extra leverage, allowing him to use his back and legs to draw the string.
Crossbowmen were vulnerable on a battlefield, so they carried large shields called peasants, so they could hunker down behind, load, pop up, shoot, and then duck back down again to reload.
Crossbows were accurate, took less training, and used cheaper ammunition than the longbow. Most importantly, you could wait to take your shot, so they were perfect for siege situations. To protect crossbowmen when they were defending castles, they used specially built wooden galleries, called hoardings. But shooting down towards an approaching enemy presented its own problems. How to stop the bolt from falling off the crossbow before it could be shot?
What they did is just place the thumb loosely on the top of the bolt, which is just enough with light pressure to hold it in place.
Around 1200, the Norman wooden crossbow was superseded by a new design, the composite bow. With limbs made from horn and sinew, they could be made more compact than a wooden bow. And they could deliver up to 4 times the punch. They were, however, more expensive. So whether on the battlefield or the castle rampart, simple wooden crossbows remained the main weapon of the day. Some events leave a deep mark on history, but none on the land. This is the site of the Battle of Hastings. After almost 1,000 years, no traces of the bloody conflict can be seen. But here, the fate of England turned. It's where a king was killed, and his victor claimed the throne. October 14th, 1066. We know what happened here on this day, thanks to this. The Bayeux Tapestry. A carefully preserved, illustrated record of events. It shows the main players. Harold, the newly crowned Anglo-Saxon King of England, and his challenger, William, Duke of Normandy. William claimed the previous king had promised him the crown. So, he assembled an army and prepared to sail to England to fight King Harold for the throne. But a storm thwarted his plans. Meanwhile, Harold discovered that a Viking invasion had landed in the north. Another threat to his crown, so he raced to fight them. In France, William waited for the right conditions to sail across the Channel to England. The weather cleared. He seized his chance. 250 miles north, Harold had defeated the Vikings. Now, hearing of William's arrival, his army sped south. At 9 o'clock in the morning, on this hill, William's Norman army were ready to do battle with Harold's Anglo-Saxon men. The stage was set, and up for grabs, England itself. At Guédelon in France, to understand how castles were constructed, they're building one from scratch, using just the tools and materials of the medieval age. It's a 25-year project, the world's biggest archaeological experiment. The most important defensive feature of any castle was the wall surrounding it.
Castle walls had to be incredibly thick in order to resist attack and absorb the impact of projectiles fired from trebuchets.
The curtain wall was over 20 feet deep, interspersed with towers. In earlier Norman castles, they were square. But while on crusade, European knights saw that eastern towers were round. They realized that eliminating corners not only made them stronger, but also provided a better view of the surrounding landscape. Completing the walls will take some 30,000 tons of sandstone.
Transport costs in the Middle Ages were incredibly expensive. So having a good supply of local stone close to the castle was vital.
To extract it from the quarry, first a row of holes is hand-drilled.
Once all the holes are ready, I'm ready to put in the iron wedges, and I'm ready to split it open by hitting very hard on each wedge with a big sledgehammer.
The stone is split into usable blocks, then transported using horsepower and human effort. This treadwheel crane can lift up to half a ton.
The walls are built like sandwiches. On the outside, you have facing walls built from better quality stones. And the inside, the rubble cores, they're built with softer stones and other offcuts from the quarry. And they're built up in layers with a very thick, coarse mortar.
This ingenious method makes the walls better able to withstand hits from a trebuchet. Sandstone is too hard to be carved into intricate windows, vaults, and steps. Instead, softer, more expensive limestone is used. These sophisticated building techniques make castles the ultimate feats of medieval engineering. It's a testament to their construction that so many still stand today. William the Conqueror had recaptured York from the rebels. Now he wanted to teach them a lesson for defying him. He began a brutal campaign of destruction to crush any further resistance, known as the Harrying of the North. Villages and crops were destroyed. It is said 100,000 people were killed. With ruthless efficiency, William the Conqueror had secured obedience in his new kingdom. But it wasn't to last. It would be thrown into chaos by his own children. When William the Conqueror died in 1087, his favorite son succeeded him, King William II, known as William Rufus. But 13 years into his reign, disaster struck. While out hunting, he was killed. William's youngest brother took his place as King Henry I. But there was a problem. At the time, Henry's elder brother, Robert, Duke of Normandy, had been on crusade. When he returned, he was furious that Henry had grabbed the throne. From Normandy, Robert attempted to invade England to claim the crown from his brother. But he failed and returned home. In retaliation, Henry struck back. In a reversal of 1066, he crossed the Channel and invaded Normandy, intent on undermining his brother Robert's rule. His first target was Bayeux. This rich and splendid city was one of the jewels of Normandy. Henry was to begin his campaign by unleashing his forces on the city. Bayeux was about to feel the wrath of the English army. By 1100, the medieval knight was dressed from head to toe in mail.
Mail is really like a metal fabric. It moves and behaves like a cloth, but is actually made of hundreds and thousands of interlocking iron rings.
It could turn and deflect a sword blade.
As an armor, mail didn't work all by itself. It needed the addition of a padded coat. The coat absorbed the shock of the blow, whilst the mail turned away the cut. Together, they formed an incredibly effective protection.
The first stage in making mail was to create wire to the right thickness. To do this, it was pulled through a drawing plate, which had a series of ever smaller holes, until you got wire of the desired gauge.
To make the rings, we wind the wire onto a mandrel.
And then we take it off the mandrel and cut the rings.
So I've flattened the overlapping ends of the ring, and I've pierced a hole through it. And now Nick has to put a rivet in it. The basic construction of mail would be a ratio of 4 to 1. So each ring goes through 4 of its fellows. Here you can see I've made a set of 5, which will then be joined to other sets of 5 to create a sheet of mail.
Mail had to be tailored to a perfect fit. It had to be shaped for feet and legs, arms and hands, and, of course, the head. A skilled mail maker could make very precise shapes.
Of course, for more complicated parts of the body, like elbows, we can actually tailor it in 2 different directions at the same time.
Yeah. So if we fold this in half, we have an elbow.
One of the main benefits of tailoring in mail was that it meant a knight didn't have to carry a single ring of extra weight that he didn't need to.
The mail to cover a knight from head to toe required about 200,000 rings.
High-status knights would have had their mail edged with gold, but most importantly, it had to be functional.
Clad in mail with his shield and helmet, the knight was well equipped to face the weapons of the day. William the Conqueror's sons had resolved their long feud over Normandy, with King Henry wresting possession away from his brother. But the French King Louis VI would not accept Henry's heir as the future Duke of Normandy. Henry's fragile power would face its first test, an invasion by the French king. Norman domination over England was marked by their imposing castles and new laws. But one passion of theirs also impacted the land: hunting. The Norman nobility, both men and women, shared a love of hunting with birds of prey. To preserve their hunting grounds, they took ownership of the land and outlawed hunting by commoners. Falcons hunt by flying to a great height, then dive-bombing their prey. They are kept hunting fit, using a lure, a pad of leather with bait attached. This prepared them for catching their prey, usually other birds such as rooks and pheasants. While out hunting, a falcon might give chase to its prey far from the party. So, riders would follow them cross-country on horseback to witness the action. After a falcon had caught its prey, it was fed and would not fly again that day. This meant many birds had to be taken on a hunt to keep the nobility entertained. Rather than falcons being carried on horseback, which would jostle them, they were transported on a frame called a cadge. Although falconry was a horseman's sport, hawking was enjoyed on foot. Hawks, unlike falcons, have broad wings and hunt by following their prey in straight flight, often low to the ground, through woodland. Hunting by sight, a falcon's vision is highly developed. When not hunting, they were kept calm by putting on a leather hood. The darkness stopped them becoming overstimulated and restless. Lords of the Sky, controlled by the Lords of the Land. Falcons and hawks were symbols of power and status. They were central to Norman identity. While Bayeux burned, King Henry pressed his advantage. Seizing key fortifications and buying the loyalty of powerful lords, Henry loosened his brother's grip over Normandy. At Tinchebray in 1106, brother would fight brother for final claim to their father's lands. After England defeated the French at the Battle of Brémule, Normandy was back in King Henry's hands. But 1 year later, his good fortune turned to tragedy. In 1120, his son and heir William Adelin died in a shipwreck. The future of Henry I's kingdom was in jeopardy. Henry desperately needed a new heir. With no legitimate sons left alive, he broke with tradition and chose his daughter, Matilda. Henry forced his barons to swear an oath to accept Matilda as queen. But when the king died, they broke their promise. England would not be ruled by a woman. Matilda's cousin Stephen saw his chance and claimed the throne. The crisis moved to the capital. At Westminster Abbey, Stephen was crowned king, but Matilda wanted what was hers. She was also lining up powerful supporters who would fight Stephen for her right to rule. Their conflict engulfed England in civil war. Fighting raged throughout the land. In 1141, everything focused on one of the kingdom's most strategic cities, Lincoln. Matilda's allies had commandeered the castle. But King Stephen was determined to take it back. He besieged the castle. Stalemate. As dawn broke on February the 2nd, everything was about to change. Matilda's half-brother, Robert of Gloucester, raced to break the siege. As Robert's forces approached Lincoln, Stephen's army turned away from the castle to face them. Robert could win Matilda the crown, but only if his army could win the day. A counterweight trebuchet was the king of all siege engines. A catapult capable of smashing down castle walls from great distances. At Warwick Castle in England, they've built a replica, one of the largest in the world. Originating in 7th century China, by the 13th century, trebuchets had evolved into devastatingly powerful weapons.
Such a simple design, but so effective.
It has several key features. A pivoted arm with a weight at one end, and a sling to hold the projectile at the other. To prime, the 6-ton weight is raised using tread wheels.
So this is one of the wheels, one of two that's attached to an axle, which would lift the counterweight, weighing 6 tons. It's based on muscle power alone. What's essential about launching a projectile as far as possible is making sure that this end of the arm is moving as fast as possible. So once that weight drops, it really sends this point of the arm moving at its highest velocity.
This was done by positioning the pivot close to the counterweight and by launching the projectile from a sling. When released, the sling whips round, vastly increasing the launch speed. Trebuchets were carefully aimed, like modern guns.
In order to weaken the castle walls or even breach them, you had to make sure that the projectiles hit the same spot every single time.
For each projectile to follow the same trajectory, they all had to be the same weight and shape. To achieve this, masons used a gauge.
Now I'm going to load this projectile into the sling. Oh, this one must weigh about 25 kilograms, but some projectiles can get up to 150 kilograms. That's the weight of 2 men.
Trebuchets were also used to throw burning tar, beehives, even dead bodies. Anything to cause maximum distress to the enemy.
Did you hear that whoosh?
It was the counterweight trebuchet's lethal combination of power and accuracy that made it the ultimate medieval siege weapon. Victory over King Stephen at Lincoln gave Matilda the upper hand in her fight for the English crown. But in the years that followed, fragile loyalties shifted, and under threat of capture, Matilda was forced to retreat. As her holdings in England came under attack from the king's army, it fell to her son Henry, to keep Matilda's claim to the throne alive. At Wallingford, in the shadow of the castle, Matilda's faction, commanded by her son Henry, proved it was still willing to fight King Stephen for the crown. But after 15 years of conflict, both sides had had enough. So, they made a deal. Matilda would surrender her claim to the throne on condition that when Stephen died, her eldest living son Henry would succeed him. A year later, he was crowned King Henry II and proceeded to grow the kingdom into the mighty Angevin Empire. But, once again, what the king had spent his life building, his own children were destined to destroy. King Henry II had 4 surviving legitimate sons, and he planned to divide up his kingdom between them. But they fought bitterly for dominance. Against the odds, Henry's youngest son, John, became king. But King John was deeply unpopular. He lost huge swathes of the Angevin Empire gained by his father, then failed to reclaim them in expensive battles. Paid for by taxing his subjects. Eventually, England's barons could take it no more. They forced John to agree to a charter that restricted his power. The Magna Carta. But he went against his word. Furious, they rebelled, inviting Prince Louis of France to invade England. In 1216, Louis sailed to Dover and set his sights on taking this. Dover Castle. Held by forces loyal to King John, it was commanded by Hubert de Burgh. He described the castle as the key to England. He was right. If it fell to the French, so would the king.
Alright guys, enough with this. Let's get back. We gotta do this Dover.
At Wallingford,
Okay,
in
who
the
cares?
shadow of the castle.
We already know the story. Did I put this on hard mode or difficulty or what? I don't even know. Okay, hold on. Let's see.
Asked to invade by the rebel barons, Prince Louis's French army launched an assault on the castle at Dover. Opening a crack in the outer defenses, the invading forces charged the castle walls. The garrison at Dover would meet the French with clenched fists and an iron will. Dover could not fall.
Alright, let's see. Settings. UI, graphics. Okay, we're in hard difficulty. Let's go.
Commander Hubert de Burgh rallied his men to hold back the French and defend the castle.
Okay, let's number this 0. Right, where is... Okay, we need to train some people. Okay, let's split our army here.
We have it for Hastings.
No, I'm not moving, so...
Yare to done some worker. Build end day that Rita noon. Rita, what needeth be undone? It'll do that noon.
Din Hester?
Oh, there we go.
Roger, see they to read set on ready. Half a head.
Let's go, let's go.
Reader is set on ready. I'm Roger. Reader is. Here are Hastings. Who's are they off? Reader is. Best a spade. You're hurrying on. Remember, is the food. What bears?
Get back, get back. Dude, this one here.
While the castle's garrison thwarted the first French attack and prepared for a second, a new resistance force was building in the English countryside. A skilled bowman and fierce patriot, known as Willikin of the Weald, began to muster a resistance to the French invasion. Determined to keep the crown in King John's hands, Willikin would rally every available archer to the cause.
Steppeth to it, Arwaymen.
Where is the thing?
See to worker.
What need?
See to Hesters.
Equal habitat to build them and north.
See to worker.
Marita, what need is worker? Yes, sir. Yeah, fully in the Hestas. They kinda do.
Yare to done some work. Yea, tit to endin. Ich he'll build a that for me.
Hestas cometh, Arwaymen. Up nan ferret, Arwaymen. See they the worker. Fernande, so ahead.
With his bowmen assembled, Willikin planned... ambush the French siege engines on their way to the enemy camp.
Hester och slipperly on the stairs. Here, Hestes. It can. Boa is the boom. Heriende Hestes nu. Jar have me bow. Dressed and sweet. Yes. Jeff stirende of sua I said. Here, Asteria. Rate arwe men. Qua of the camp verende nu. See thing to work at. See thing to work at. Ekel habe that he burden and on. See the Hestes, hearkeneth all.
Huh?
Hestes and Wales sleepily on the stairs. Hestes cometh, steppeth to it, Arwaymen. Hestes and all, fully ende Hestes. Dresseth Yauar, Asteriath, Brate Arwaymen. Hestes cometh, I can do. Hiereth Hestes, fully ende Hestes. Steriende Hestes nu. Suethe heta. Observat chef. Hestes kommer. Hestes kommer! Arwaymen! Heriende Hestes nu! Hestes uppnämnt färre Arwaymen. Heriende. Observat chef. Yes, suethe heta. Jeppe med a fota. Hestes en onbormen. Dresset jou Arwaymen. Between us they hide. Dresset jou Arwaymen. Yeah, Hestes en onbormen. Hestes kommer Arwaymen. Hestes en onbormen. Yeah, and sweeter, yes sir. Ikade du, dresset jou Arwaymen. Volgende Hestes. Hestes kommer Arwaymen. Astyria, ratte Arwaymen. Uppnämnt Bennett Arwaymen.
Willikin spotted a group of English fighters engaged in battle with the enemy and rushed to their aid.
Hestes kommer Arwaymen.
Willikin's band of archers made short work of the French reinforcements. But if they hoped to ease the burden on Dover's garrison, Willikin's ambush force could not relent.
Men av armes har grönt för utförde dina järes Hestes. Men av armes har grönt dresset jag Arwaymen. Hestes kommer Arwaymen. Hestes en onbormen. Järes Hestes. Jonas, jag sätter mig som min welkes. Hestes kommer.
Some French reinforcements made it to their siege camp, adding more numbers to their next attack on the castle.
Ron, let's riden, Stecher.
All sit on. It kill build they that for they. Yare to don some worker. Build them they that Rita new.
Hestes cometh. And sweetser, yes. Take Dwindler. Ferris.
Willikin's resistance force continued to grow, adding more skilled men to its ranks.
Glidande ne quarum serveth chef. Freckes haken. Nu Hestes, nu than. Cometh on.
Reader is he set on ready.
Boa is iboon. Jabba hessa shullen be I herren. Frettin dwinleth. Bereth. I canna do. Suas a het. Suas a het. Foliende hestas. Intendeth freckers. And sweet, yes. On de botas. Berriere hestas. Beil flippely. On the stirreth. And sweet, yes. Hestes cometh. Dresset jou are foliende hestas. Boa is iboon. Jefe men. And sweet, yes sir. It's in Shetendeus. Jefe men. Dresset jou. Shete. Jere hestes. Every chanyala. Jere hestes. Shanyal! Hestes cometh our way, men!
Fool, the way is clear.
What needeth be undone? Over there, on midway. He could build thee that for thee. You'll end thee that right to know. Fuset heriende hestes nu. Foliende hestes.
What needeth be undone? Ichil habi the...
What needeth be undone? Irende thin hester.
See fate to work her. This...
Readers, Ich'll do that.
Send them to Yare to done some work here. Beoth yard to hestes, toot folk. You'll then do that right to know. See to work here.
The French launched a renewed attack on the castle. But thanks to Willikin's ambush force, the enemy had been greatly weakened.
Yarway she can do. Something crossbow. Yeah.
Readers, and they're on best after enemies. Readers, not a
Readers, he's ready for Hestes. What a loss! Keep Hestes for this reader, what shall each do? What needed work, See, yeah, did to wend it. Flock end they wood, for end they so ahead. See, they to work. Soon folk, already ready. He'll do that. And a fresh market. What the buildings? Hestes, Hedwin! Hello, armies! Hestes, Hestes, and all day of these belly! What the stick is the man we Hestes! On the ready! Attend the Hestes, redundant there new! Something wearing, I'm blended, Mara Il. You can make a power to see! Send them coming workers! Can make a power to see! See they to work at. That building will be reparailed and not. Get it? All state though. We are very good. We can build it that for that. Read a bit! All the way has that! Hey, Mick! What the hell? What may have been Hester? Yare to done some work here. He can have it that he build them enough. Food for they all! Let us read it!
With Willikin's archers weakening the siege from outside the castle, the garrison at Dover repelled the French attack. Willikin ordered his archers to resume their strikes on the French reinforcements.
What needeth be undone?
Toon, yeah, so if they hate him. Good. You'll then do that right to know. Yara unto a marker, Hispana on the loaded, crossbow on the way. What needeth be undone? He'll do that no. He'll build it that for day.
See they to work on min way. Woulda is no see they to work. Ham on min way. What need on min way? Ich'll shall go and flock a wood.
What needeth be a toonfolk? A stirreth jou nu? Ik wil hebben dat die belden er aan.
Kempes, alunga nu, ferret.
See thing to work at. Ik wil aan geen aan de ripper railings.
Every chan, aimeth low, crossborders. Ik ga verrenden, die spannen on the low. Where it? Aan glende, maar het jaren unto a marker. Ik heer het dat.
Dresset jou, zende mij te min nu dan. Colathon!
Qua hebben din esta. Banjo, kies, jere, hest on die botas. Better. Glid dan they near hurteth no and never down.
What shall each do? Hestes cometh.
Glidande near hurteth no one never down.
Klaar, ik doe het zo toe hettest. Gamma away to varen. What needeth be undone?
Din hestes?
Ik wil build that for thee. See thee to work at. They did that right to know. We haven't been Hestes and on, boymen! Shopper and Shanka Tres Boliende Hestes! Here, on the botas! Barra! Who's new that? Cometh on, dresseth yao, steppeth to it, Arwaymen. Freckes Boliende Hestes. Hiereth Hestes. Asterias, brate Arwaymen. Men of armies! Men of armies! Artes, lift the foot first! Frakisinjet! Sittende, suahet! Hestes cometh, Arwaymen! Wailet, Jonas, Jare, Tudona!
No Hestes anon. Forward, Egret Tulkers.
Jonas, Jare, men of armies! Amiden! Dresset jou, Arwaymen! Men of armies! Verret de oerende! Men of Hulkes! Jouk!
Hestes, it's me Hestes. Freckes, intendeth no.
Tulkes! Jouk now! Yes! Men of armies! Agrettet for Hestes and onboarden! Men of armies! Amiden! And Shanka fort for thou! Hestes cometh, Arwaymen! What's there thing Hestes? Yes! Jonas, every shan yara! Heriende Hestes nu!
Reader as he skipper may be Hestes.
Jonas travail to dawn, men of armies. Arita, what needeth work? Heriende thin Hestes. Ik will build that for thee. What needeth be over there? On midway.
Skipper may be Hestes.
Ik will have it that die building and on. See thee to work at. But end I so ahead. You'll then do that.
Arita, what needeth worker?
See the hest. See take a better out there every chance. Hestes!
Needeth that will pay on Lord. Fool for pay on.
What needeth be undone? Ik heel build.
What needeth be undone? See thee to work. Build ended. Later. What needeth work? What needeth be undone?
See thee to work, Ik heel happy that.
What needeth be undone? Holst it down. And seal ye building thing.
Just readers, Yara Hestas.
At the ready, crossborders. Yara, fortgap, cross.
Men of ferret to ende. Men of non slip. Beth not slow. Klar, tacketh up.
Yara, I think they listed.
Yep, they may a but.
Yeah, so with the hedges. Eagle building that
Sir,
right.
Chieftain.
Boon for the Utredenda nu. Each understander.
See they to work, Build ende that Rita new. Yarated verende su ahead. See they to work. Ik ham on min way needeth be undone. Ik heel happy that he building or not.
Over the chat. Tended, see thee to work. Yeah. Tid to end it. Eagle have it that he builds it and on.
Yep, they may a but. Ik heb er ende nu. Hestes and on, Boerman. Sewer.
Saddled upper.
Dresseth jou honor. And sweeter, yes. Quad, sir. Carry ende Hestes nu.
Arranges, ich always
Hestes nu that. Colladon.
Schappe Gamma away to varen. Tulke situationis.
Dresseth jou, highwaymen. Hoed of they up. Hestes cometh, highwaymen.
See they to I think they listen. Ik heel
See thee to work.
Willikin's strikes had taken the sting out of the French army. But determined to take the castle, the French launched a renewed attack.
Then did that right to know.
Crossbows, yep. We're on going, yeah. We can do it. Leader, we then they rock us. See they to reader.
And feed the talkers.
Thank you, Chieftain.
What will Hallidas liters be way? Ich bin Parende!
Verlita. What day did work? Reparade elixir enough for me.
Leaders, he's ready for Hester. Crossbowers, dressed weapon. Focus crossbows.
You're right to done some work. Ferende, so ahead. He'll go on flock away. What needeth be undone?
Rita, what needeth work? Build on min way.
Harkeneth all. He'll build that for the see thing to work.
What needeth be undone? Build ende that Rita new.
I'm not taking up too far. It's your birthday,
Saddled upper. On the ready.
Reader, let us vodka. Horse. Reader, as he said, sit hey to reader. Yeah, sir, chef.
Send the man to me now.
Hallidas liters be way.
See thing to work.
Let us
the hardy English garrison held fast, refusing to let the castle fall to the French invaders. Willikin rallied his archers to continue strikes on the weakening French.
Leaders, he ready for Hestes. Freckes Haken, nu Hestes. Foliende Hestes. Glidande ne hurteth no one near. Hestes and suet their head. Claude, this is each followay Hestes. What will now? Jahre unto a marker. Wow, serpent shattered. No Hestes and on, Tukes. Readers, he sets on ready.
Arita, what needeth worker? It will have.
You're right to done some work.
Boy, is the way.
Hoon, oh they off! Readers, Festus Banner!
Send them out to Mina Watkin.
Jeppe mea but here, Hestes.
Agrees for Ekel.
Yahweh, man, gone again.
Reader, Untredende nu. Saddled let us read it, Stephen.
Men of Archibald, send them out to Mina Watkin. Arita, what needeth worker? See things to work at. But then they so ahead.
Boy, is suet they head. Fuste tid dwindle. Bere. Saddled up, yeah, we canna do. Boa is.
Claude, this is at mid-war and end-day mid-May.
Reader up.
Which all way Hestes?
He'll do that. Hestes cometh, our men. Bail sleepily on the stirreth.
Every Hestes shouldn't be here.
Experiment Yara.
Freckes.
Come mid-May, Freckes.
Here we from each to a sword. But Yarway Shastiriath. Rathe Arway men. Yarway Shat. Heriende Hestes nu.
Hestes for alle. Come mid-May, Freckes.
Intended, Freckes.
Boon, site to reading.
Yarway Shat. It canna do.
See things
Saddled
to
up
work at.
and ready.
Ekel and Geen of the Ripper railings, no. What needeth be undone?
Quaro, sir.
Ekel have that he building. You're right to done some work. Ekel have that he built. See thee to work.
Boa is.
They did that.
Yiffa me me Hestes. Yiffa me Hestes.
Outstand the Spirit! Spirit now!
Blessed Yahweh, man.
Spirit!
Yeah, the Hestes.
Yiffa me Hestes.
Every child to know in Middle
Et alunga nu! A Roger!
The other Hestes. That will be done.
Boa is Iboon.
Get thee ready for Hestes.
Andente to servant.
Heriende Hestes nu! Readers, he set, on ready! Men of armies, Habiden! Toon, oh they off!
Furious, young!
Untredende nu! Come mid-May, Freckes! And me Hestes!
Here the Hestes.
Readers, he ready for Hestes! Prosperous!
Red Hestes cometh, Arway men.
A Roger, have it and have readers!
Boa is Iboon.
Extra ready! Readers, he set, on ready! Readers!
Ick'll do that.
Fuse to serve. Attente to serve.
Arronger, readers! Not yet, baby! Another man of our resident
Spanner on the loaded.
Who redende rockcast Daccaran?
Yeah, what the hell's this and all, boy? The shoe of the Harita!
Gifame me Hestes. Gifame a boy.
Buliende Hestes!
In Hest each Obey your dog.
What makes Sua Harselian?
Aaron Bass will be a dog.
Hey, you work for blood! Dress it, you highwaymen! Boa, easy, boom!
Like have your days, none but that.
Okay, on!
Build shield that! Attente to servant!
Hestes and on, bowmen!
Fuse to servant!
Leader
It's Norway, Hester!
Reader is set already.
Yeah, that Hestes!
Arronger, reader is set. Reader is. Here are Hestes.
Hester on the botas. Better.
Arita, over there, on me way. Equal be that. What needeth be on? Yeah, Tito ended. You'll then day that right to know. What be off in Heston?
Experiment, standard and presenter.
Reader is set. Each Galway Hesters. Reader that will be done.
Boon for
Here are Hesters. Redende saddled up on
Qua of surfer shall sweet, sir. Yes. Hestes cometh.
Reader is set on. Ick'll do that. Arronger, reader is.
Who stayed Glendande near hurteth no one near. Hestes of this reader.
Reader is. Best to spare.
Boa is a boon. And sweet.
Hestes and on, bowmen! Wave and shaitan!
Intended, Freck.
Frekke for an ende mid May. Johnny Solver.
You're right to Don's Fernandez, so ahead.
Crossbows Yara on the way, and crossbowers, stir it yourself.
Claude, this is a mickle matter.
Freckes, Freck on the botas. Better.
The combined grit of the English garrison and Willikin's surprise attacks ensured that Dover hadn't fallen yet. Now the English prepared to repel the final French assault.
Boon forte on. Ultradende nu.
It's a speed attacker! Crossbows Yara on Trenton. When
Reader is set on red. Each Galway Hesters. Hey, speed soldiers.
Arita, what needed work? What needed? Hey, sword the head!
Alla Canitans, yeah!
bunch of that will be our dog. No, it's me Hester. Ferret. Reader is. Best to spend.
Get it all stayed done. Equal build that for they. See they to work. Yeah, so they hate it. Equal go on flock of wood. But then they so ahead. What they did? I think they listen.
Yare to done some worker.
Hearken it all. Oh, there is no matter. Arita, grande in haste. Equal do that no. What need it beyond the earth? We have a status debate on folk. Equal and Dina, the ripper railings. Dende that right to know. See they to work. Grande in haste.
What needeth beyond the verende sue ahead? What needeth beyond the
Wait, they
building anon.
Ja, and sweeter, yes. What will thy will be? It dresseth you our clear dan the hestet cometh heady the hestes nu. Yeah, for me kinda do. Foliende hestes.
Freckers and Fulworth, Egre Tulkers.
Have they ready, crossbow? Yeah. Send them after me now, yes.
What needeth beyond done? Ik he'll build a that for thee. Arita, what needeth worker?
See they to work.
In Hester?
Toonfolk. A stirreth you know. Equal build that for they. Equal have a that well done and on.
For this reader,
See they to work. What needeth beyond the... Yeah. Tid to end it. You'll then do that right to know. Arita, what needeth work? What needeth beyond done?
Hood, off of them in May, Freckers!
Yeah. Arita, what needeth work? Toon's all stayed done. You go have a that he building an Austin. We are guard to Hestes, Toonfolk. You go Toonfolk, a stirreth you know. See they to work. then they that rate the new. Then they that rate the new. What needeth be undone? Ick'll have it that see thing to work at. Ich am on my way.
Yare to done some worker. Woulda is look what needeth be undone.
What needeth be undone? Flock in they woods.
See they to worker. If you'll go and flock a woulda.
See they to work at. It ain't they thin haster. Woulda is no full material.
What foliende hestas? Periende hestas nu.
You're right to done some work.
Experiment, standard and presented. Leave the foot first, reckless.
Yeah, but may I what we kinda do?
Reader, Shaffathorpe before an ende mid-May. That will be done.
Yarwe shet and sweeter, yes.
Hestes for Ick'll do that.
What they over there? On me way. Ick'll build they that for that. What they over there? On me way. Ick'll have a that he build an anon. Ick'll build they that for that.
Yarwe for blood on ball.
See they to worker.
If they're ready, crossborders. Hernende mina me.
It should be. Our Roger, Readerers. Let us read it, Stecher.
Min step.
Men of armes, which do a sort to head.
No hest, each fall away hest.
Kiera hestas. Sua they head. I'll sweep men of armes.
Boa, suet their heads. Saddle to Ultrid. Men of arms, sailors!
Reader, Lecker, Oscar, Freckers, ex-behester, Ferret.
Yeah, but at sweeter, yes. Periende hestas nu.
At standards, but each will do that.
What need? It ain't they thin haster. What needeth be on toon folk? Aren't he ready? Ick'll have me that he building an on.
Hearken a caller. Flock ende will do swow hat. Arita, what needeth worker?
Boy, is moon. You can't do.
Sperrimen, Beardmen, Sterenda.
You're right to done some work. Ick'll build it that for they.
Crossborders, dresseth away we got the crossbows. Yara, unto a marker.
Yare to done some work.
Arita, what needed work. Then they that read the note.
Hestes cometh! Here, Hestes!
Kram, tacketh upp.
Dressid, dwindlet! Beret! Hestes en onmo! Astiria! Rande, highwaymen! Uppne en beret! Beret, stor en!
Hestes en onbormen. You can't do. Jonas, Ferret wore boon to the will be it all.
See they to work on min way. Build ende that Rita new.
See they to work. Yeah, so it they hated. You're right to done some work. See they to
Quaro,
work.
sabe mi bone. Berende.
What need? Ick'll do that. What need? Yeah, did to end it. Then they that rated.
Wave and shaten!
Ick'll Build they that Arita, holst it down. It'll have it that build them and all.
Means better.
Yeah. Hey, I think they listen. It'll have it that he build them and all.
Here we gone! Way back!
Roger, Dende on Pestekaran. Readers. Not a Bilche.
It's the to here.
Hestes cometh our way, men!
See, over there.
Yippem going in for. Boon, let us read it.
Men of armies, have Eden!
What needeth be undone?
What needeth be undone? Ikill having that building anon. See they to worker.
What needeth be undone? Till then they that right to know.
Always commending! Reader, he settled over and redende. Reader is he ready for Hestes.
I'm Roger!
Reader is.
Yardway shed. So they had. Poliende Hestes. Yahweh shed. Hestes cometh our way, men. Up nen ferret.
Arita, you ready, din Hester? I think they listen. Ikill build they that for that. You're ready to do some work. If I'm on my way. Ikill build they that for that.
At they ready, cross-border. Yeah. And what wilt thou?
The last.
Reader is, see take the reading.
Entendeth, fleckers. Heriende Hestes nu.
Every chance.
Hiereth Hestes. Foliende Hestes. Al Suiza, yes.
Men of armies, revel ferent.
War, reader is, reader is.
It be the ways.
What our way, men? Go get what wilt thou?
Dresseth thou our way, men!
Reader is, he ready for Hestes.
Hestes and on, men!
Our unjust reader is. Redende on Pestekaran. Boon, oh they are. Let us read it! Step!
Boon to here.
Hestes for this reader, huh?
Yeret Hestes! Yeret Hestes!
Ornatus!
Hestes cometh our way, men!
Freckers, ex behesta, ferret.
Din Hester, thy will be it done.
Hestes and on, men! Heriende Hestes nu!
Reader is he set, on ready. Reader is, best a spada.
See they to work. Till then they that right to know.
Rogers, reader is he set, on ready. Half it, have reader. Hestes for this ring.
Not slipping.
Come a mid-May, Freckers. Claw, this is a mickle for an end mid-May. Reader is, he ready for Hestes. Reader is, Nana Milche. Each on the slaughter. Half it, and have reader is. Equal to that. Reader is, Nana Milche.
Dresseth thou our way, men!
Tulkes.
Reader, no tender Hestus, no has that will be undone.
What needeth be undone? What need? Yeah, so it they haten. Right, over there, on me way. Go have that he building and...
You're right, to done some work. It will build that for them.
You're right to done some work. You go build... Right, what berende so ahead. Berende so ahead. Go have that he building and on.
Yahweh Shaitan!
Reader, is he ready for Hestes? Let us read it.
Willikin's archers had decimated the French reinforcements. But undeterred, the French mustered what troops they could and launched another attack on the castle.
Build that for thee.
Reader is, Vesta Spanner, ut ridende nu, un tote on.
Melalognes, a good
Reader is ready for dende ronka, Dacharen. Site to Reader. Site to Reader. Half a het have, Reader is. Reader is, he sets on ready. Yipper maybe Hestes.
Nu, Tulkes, certes.
I'm Roger, Reader is. What shall each do? What needeth be undone? What needeth do that do? Are you ready for it? See that to work. Then that's right to know. See they to work. Come on me way.
The hardy English garrison held fast, refusing to let the castle fall to the French invaders. Willikin rallied his archers to continue strikes on the weakening French.
What needeth be undone?
What needeth be undone?
Right, what needeth work? What needeth be undone?
Observant ship. Voliente Hestes.
What wilt thou?
Hestes for Allah here.
What beath in Hestes? Yahweh Shet, he canna do.
Hestes for Allah. Each following. Dresseth Yao Hardway man. Arrangeth, Reader is. Ick'll do that. Let us read it, Stecheren.
Intendeth no, Tulke kill. See they to work, Arita, what need all stay down? What shall each do? He can have it that he building it on. What needeth be undone? He can have it that he build. What needeth be undone? Good swing to be made. and silly building thing. You're right to done. I think they list it. Well, then they that right to know. You're right to done some work here.
Be ready for Hastings. To when they hit, say you understand.
See, yeah, so it they hated. He could build that for they.
Arita, what needeth?
See the Hastings.
I think they lister. Wooder is no fool. Arita, what needeth worker? It kill build they that for they.
Arita, what needeth worker?
This shula do they may.
Men of armies and greater position by thine hess. Travail to
Kiere Hestes. Asteriath, Rathe Arway men. Spare men, what they had. Yarway share presseth yow Arway man. Sewers, who's they to servant? Claw, Breakers. And take what will turn it? Yeah, but I'm Roger. Reader, out to spare the talkers. Yeah, but yeah,
see they to work. He could build that for they. Aggressive yourself, move it. What needeth be undone? He'll have it that he building it on. What needeth be undone? He'll do that no. He'll then do that right to know.
Reader as he set, on ready!
Yahweh Hestes and all bowmen! Bjornage, Yor! Dresseth yow Arway!
Leader as he's ready for all the Judaeus, none more than! Ours commander! Reader, stand in the yard!
What's with their heads?
No Hestes enough. Boon for they are.
Hestes cometh Arway men!
Leaders, Otredendenu. Crossbows, Yara on the way tender. Hernandez.
You're right to see things. We have a status debate, toon folk. Arita, hold it down. What needeth be undone? You can have it that he. What needeth be undone? Ende so beeth yard to Hestes, toon folk. See they to get in, they thin Hester. Ende so ahead. Yeah. Did do it then? Build it that for they.
Food of they are claw. That will be all gone.
Dresseth yow Arway men!
Ye for me, Hestes.
Arita, what needeth? See they to work.
It's better.
Ye go do that no. You're right to Don's get it. We are fair and do to toon folk.
What shall each do?
Beoth yard to Hestes to folk. Then they that written
And a fresham.
Shuppeth up, Beth not slew. Clom, Derma away to Faren.
Agrethes for Hestes. Ich hear it that.
Jonas, yare to done.
Ich forste tipes. Readeres is set on readeres. Beste spänner.
What needeth be undone? Over there, on midway. You shall have me that he building and on.
No Hestes anon, Tulkes. Hestes for Allen. Fulwith. Reader, away tender. Ich follow Hestes. Ich understander. Boon for the off. Redende ronker stecheren. Ja, ja.
Let us read it, Stechera! Jede Hestes kommet our way, men!
Hestes cometh our way, men. Yahweh Shelton.
The combined grit of the English garrison and Willikin's surprise attacks ensured that Dover hadn't fallen yet. Now the English prepared to repel the final French assault.
Din Hester? You're hearkeneth on. Ekel harbor that he building and on. And then they that read the no.
Yeah, I sweet, yes.
Wave and shit! Freckers! Intended forward.
It is Caesar for actors.
Adente to serve. Yara Hestes. But who failed all? Exterminate!
When Noah is the moon.
Arronger, readeress. Readeress is set, on ready. Attend ahead. Obey off.
Asked to invade, Commander Hubert de Burgh rallied his men to hold back the French and defend the castle.
On the ready.
You're right to go. They think Hester. I think they listed.
Readers! Menende Ronca Stackered! Ich will do that! That will be undone.
What needeth be undone? You're building that for them. What will that your guidance me way?
War of servant chat.
And sweets.
Yes.
While the castle's garrison thwarted the first French attack and prepared for a second, a new resistance force was building in the English countryside. A skilled bowman and fierce patriot, known as Willikin of the Weald, began to muster a resistance to the French invasion. Determined to keep the crown in King John's hands, Willikin would rally every available archer to the cause.
See they to work. Ikel habe that he building an off.
See they to worker. Ikil habi that he building an on. See they to worker.
Hestes cometh, Arwaymen. Asteriath.
Boon for Readers.
Baron,
Here a Hestes. Hestes and on Boormen. Upnen Bereth, Arwaymen.
Boon, yes, sir. Is she? Not best, not smooth.
Yare to don some worker.
Hestes cometh, Arwaymen. It can do. Sewer they hector.
Yare to don some worker. Ikil build a that for they.
You're right to done some work. Ikel build that for they.
See they to worker. Ikil habi that he building an on.
Arranger, see they to reading.
Come and shank a
With his bowmen assembled, Willikin planned to ambush the French siege engines on their way to the enemy camp.
Boa, ik kan verrende nu. Dress bij ons liefelijk on the stirrup.
Arita, what needeth work? See they to work.
They on do.
Yeah, so in the head. Well, then they that right to know. Equal have that he.
What needeth they on do? Build a yare to don some worker. What needeth they on done? Arita, what needeth worker? Ikil build a that for they.
Jab jacketh up within our walls. Hestes and on Boormen. Steppeth to it, Arwaymen. Yeah, for me, it can do. Voliente Hestes. Hestes cometh ar upnen bereth. Dresset Asteriath. Brate Arwaymen. Hestes and on Boormen. Asteriath. Hiereth Hestes sleepily on the stirrup.
Willikin spotted a group of English fighters engaged in battle with the enemy and rushed to their aid.
Ikil build a that for they.
Hestes and on Boormen. Hestes cometh upnen bereth, Arwaymen. Hestes and on Boormen.
Voliente Hestes.
Here steppeth to it, Arwaymen. Dresset jou Asteriath. Brate Arwaymen. Voliente Hestes. Jeppe mea bot, stirende of soa, Jarwe, shresset jou Arwaymen. armes, which do us so to headest. Here, heriende hestes, the Yarway, Arway then, Gongende is burden.
See they to work.
Willikin's resistance force continued to grow, adding more skilled men to its ranks.
Men of armes, aggreten forstå. Hestes cometh. Hestes cometh, Arwaymen. Hestes, it can do. Freckes glidande ne hurteth no one near at all. Nuthan, cometh on.
Willikin's band of archers made short work of the French reinforcements. But if they hoped to ease the burden on Dover's garrison, Willikin's ambush force could not relent.
What needeth be undone?
What needeth?
Cease to Hestes. Ikil happy that he build in a yare to done some worker. Build ende that Arita. What needeth worker? Ikil build a that work on men way.
See they to work.
No! Glorious Yeret Hestes! Intendeth Breckes. Tidwinleth. Bereth. Fuse Tolkes. Hestes. Ikana do. Ontifotas. Bereth. Hestes and odd bowmen. Dresset Yao. Al Suitha, yes. Foliente.
Men of armes.
Intendeth. Hestes cometh suas a head.
Men of armes, reveal to do.
What will virtue? Hestes cometh Arwaymen heriende hest.
Men of armes. Weapon ferende ut.
Quaro. Al Suitha, yes.
See the Hestes.
Hestes and on, bowmen! Abricaniara!
Arita, what need?
Hearkeneth the where hammer. Steaders bayonet. Build ende that Rita nu.
Hearkeneth alla. What needeth be undone? We have it that he building and on. He shall build it that for thee.
Jonas, come on! His chopper inside hest!
Building done. Hit looketh good. See they to work. All stick down. You did that right to know. You did that right to know.
What needeth be undone?
War of servants, chef! It can they do!
Every Chanyara. There we go. We make a gun. Food is still in on.
What needeth be undone?
Under our rata.
God Swinkerer.
Boa, quiere, es al suita, yes, sir.
Crossbows Yara on the way tender. Crossbowers, stir it yourself.
Ich be boon to hear.
Japama await of Sperriman, Sperriman, Ichilduta.
Marketh Yara, my friend. Ishil enon. The Munkas a standeth Yara.
Ben Shaitan! Dresseth you away, man! Jana, it's so essa aliata. Building done. It looking good.
See they to work.
Hey, every chan, intended.
Every charn intended. Stareth uta every chan. Holdeth at onsa. See they to Farron, Yare to Donsum.
Marketeth all.
It's in Shaitandeus. Every chan. Echo have that he building it on.
What needeth be undone? Ikil habby that he built.
What needeth be undone?
Toonfolk Arnie ready.
The French launched a renewed attack on the castle. But thanks to Willikin's ambush force, the enemy had been greatly weakened.
Claw, Ickle do that. See ya in. In Hester? Un, okay, on. It's in Shaitandeus. Forward, Egret Tulker. Reader as set up ready. In Spera in Yard. Reader as he reach Folway Hester. Tulkes.
Now, I think they listen.
Boa is a fool. Reader as he set. On Reader as.
Let it be the cow. See they to worker. Ikil habby that he building anon. Building big
You're right to done some work. He can do that.
With Willikin's archers weakening the siege from outside the castle, the garrison at Dover repelled the French attack.
You'll build that for they.
Willikin ordered his archers to resume their strikes on the French reinforcements.
You'll then do that right to know.
Boon, let it read it. Stecher. A Roger, reader is. See they to read it.
Go! On the highway! Yeah, hey, McLeod! Ik hier is that!
A Roger, let it read it. Stecher.
Beyond this onwards!
Reader is he set on ready.
What we did they do?
Yahweh Shaitan.
Something to Shaitan?
Dresseth Yahweh. Steppeth to it, Arway men. Heriende Hestes nu. Means Ichil here. What shall Hestes Lord steppeth to it, Arway men. Spet that will be done. Kiereth Hestes.
Ickle do.
Spet that will be enough.
Yeah, an unreader. Send them Hesse shouldn't be. See they to worker. Well then they that what needeth be on over there, on me way.
Means better.
Build they that for they. But then they so ahead. go ahead. Take over there. On my way.
What needed be undone?
Boon for the Redende Ronka Stecheren. Hester said Harper Sperryman. Lift the foot, best the practice. Sperryman, Consolidating. Sperry is young.
See thee to worker.
See.
Where habeth stead as bayonet. Ik will have that he building anon.
What will Ferende?
Have they ready, crossborders. Hernande mina men.
See they to work.
It's in
It
shed
ain't they think
windows.
Hester. You can build it that for that. What needeth be undone? You can have your guard to Hester's to folk. Well then they that see they to work. What needeth be undone?
See thee to work. Building sewer hat. Build on min way.
Here and boon for half a head ham readers. Sperryman! Stand up, y'all!
Rita, what needeth worker?
See they to work. Equal build it up. You're ready to done some work.
Readers is set on ready. Saddled up and be ready.
What needeth be undone? Ferende sewer het. Ik am on min way.
Send them into me away.
And stand and letteth be.
Arita, what needeth work?
Seeth to Hestes.
A stareth. We have a steady be on that.
Wave and shaten!
Hey, Starathu.
Arit, ik heel doe that nu. Delfende is meanly. Every charn and 10 dead.
Some.
Ik heel build a that.
See they to work. You can have it that. What needeth be undone? Well, then they are ready to done some. You come on me way. Building done. It's looking.
Orange readers. Best Sperry.
What be a thing is session?
Men of arms, seize your engine yard. Ich be halen
Leaders is ready for his food for they off. Leaders is ready for his Glory and Gonora. Readers is to reader. Here are Hesters. That will be done. Readers, ut redende nu. Redende ronka stecheren. Give me me Hestes. Sperryman, Ichil here. Readers, let us read it, stecheren. Freckes, of the botas. Powers commanding! Who let us read it, stecheren? That will be done. Hestes and Odborn, fully ende Hestes. It can do. Spoon for they off. Readeress, he ready for Hestes. Readeress, best as better. Speriment, man of our. Which forced it in his rest at Yao Arwayman. Upnan ferret Arwayman. Fail sleepily means better. Yerwe for is to a sua thuetist. Readeress, see take the reading. Now, Roger, readeress. Each fallaway has Hestes cometh Arwayman. Asteria, Blaste Arwayman.
Where are German?
Urban Shanyard! Hestes cometh Arwayman. Up there, Bennett Arwayman. And a fresh amount, yeah. Hestes and on, Moemen. Oh, yeah, the sea. It's in Jetendeus. Dress it, yow Arwayman. Sure. Readeress, are you ready for Hestes? Yeah, do that. Cometh on.
Willikin's archers had decimated the French reinforcements. But undeterred, the French mustered what troops they could and launched another attack on the castle.
What needeth be undone? Fresh air.
Utrida nul, Turkes! Frekes, and utridende nul.
See fate to work.
The hardy English garrison held fast, refusing to let the castle fall to the French invaders. Willikin rallied his archers to continue strikes on the weakening French.
This is a victory! Somebody is defended!
Kempes, look here at us. Agrethes for Hestes. Alunganu, Ferret.
Boon for each fallaway Hestes.
See fate on my way.
See they to work it.
Hearken a Tharler.
See they to fair and order, every chat.
What needeth be undone? When they sue a hat, it kill build they that for they. Arita, what post it on? It kill heavy that it build. What needeth be undone? Build end they that Rita new. It kill build they that for they.
What they are thin Heston?
Min spera is Yara. Thine Hestes.
Yare to don some worker. Hitlock as God. It kill happy that he building a see they to worker. Build end day that Rita new. It kill build see they to worker. Build end day that Rita new.
Roger, readeress. Ham, readeress.
Crossbow and swath their head.
Quite off, sir, but the chap had me bow. Readeress, he set up. Ick'll do that.
What needeth be undone? On men way. anon.
Mangara Ojin Kerende Hesta. Average thing is a data.
Wave and Sherton!
Yara unto a marker. Minstera is Yara.
Sage Onjin, yeah?
Readers is ready for Hestes. Readers is Readers! Besta Speda! Aronja, seek they to Reeden.
Unde Haveras!
Fuste Tulkas Nutha. Comethon. Hestes cometh Arwemen. Suade heta. Dresseth Yao. Upnen fereth Arwemen. Sueth they heta.
Sparremen, swoth they head.
Everich man of armors.
Hispana on the load.
Hestes and on, Boermen. And sweet, yes. Hestes and on, it can do it. Yefe mea but.
Something to Shetton?
Readers is set on Yifamani Hestes! Under our window! Reader! What will town? Aronja! Readers! Soon it's following Hestes! It's in Shetendeus! Readers is Readera a wetende Hestes!
Yare to done some work here. What need? Yeah. Tid to
Yare to done some yeah. Tid to wenden. Build ende that Rita new.
Sheotende! Onatu! Reader come midbay! Brackets!
Hestes cometh at the end, Hestes new. And sweeter, yes, sir.
men of arms. Travail to dawn, men of arms.
Hestes come to win left. Bereth. Hiereth Hestes. Al Suiza, yes. Ik had was Spoyendo Hestes.
Spoon for let us readen, Stecher.
Each winner!
Readers.
What shall each Berman gaende forth?
Hestes for this reader, Aronja, readers. Redende Ronca, Stecher.
And victory of men!
And me Hester, Ferret! Reader, Yara Hestes.
See fate a worker. Ferende sue ahead. Rita, what needeth worker? Ik he'll have that he build in anon. Ik he'll build a that for they.
Readeress, Festus Fader. Men of arms, travail to dawn, men of... And stand, that will I do.
Aimeth low, crossbow kill.
The combined grit of the English garrison and Willikin's surprise attacks ensured that Dover hadn't fallen yet. Now the English prepared to repel the final French assault.
Seath to Hastings.
The tenacity of Hubert de Burgh's loyal soldiers forced Prince Louis and the rebel barons to abandon their siege at Dover. And thanks to the efforts of Willikin's fearless archers, England remained in King John's hands. Prior to the defense of Dover, King John's defiance of the Magna Carta had mired England in a rebellion known as the First Barons' War. Across England, barons broke ties with the crown and seized important cities, including Rochester. With his reign under threat, John deployed his forces to retake Rochester and capture the traitors. King John's men arrived at the outskirts of Rochester, set to retake the castle and drive out the rebel barons within. But Rochester was a formidable fortress that protected the route to London. and the rebel barons were prepared to lay down their lives to hold it. Before King John's men could hope to retake the castle, they would need to reinforce their position by capturing the village of Chatham. The king's men secured Chatham and began preparing for an arduous siege. Rochester's keep was protected by strong stone walls. The king's army would need mighty siege weapons to break through.
What needeth beyond?
See fate a worker.
Crossbows, yada.
Every chan, yada.
What needeth be undone? Build ende that Rita new.
Yarn, it's to a sword to head.
See fate a worker.
Reach forth thick.
Crossbowers, stir it.
Rita, what needeth worker?
Dresseth yao arway, heriende hestes nu.
The Namunkas a standeth ya. It is Sitha to fair. Hellingham and Market Yara, my friend.
Hitlock as God.
Ye shall hell. The Namunkas a standeth ya. Munkas, Sitha.
Men of armies to work. Be of guard to Hestes, toonfolk. Marita, what needeth way? What needeth be undone?
What will? Aye.
Yare to done some worker.
Yare to done some worker. Eagle have.
What needeth be undone? Ick'll have that he building a knob. Yare to done some worker.
Yare to done some
building
worker.
a knob.
Veen Hest.
See thee to worker.
And seal ye building thing.
God swinkerer, beam bay.
What needeth worker?
Build ende that written.
What needeth be on me of we are ferrandul to toonfolk. Aye. Build ende that
Intendeth he killed. Swore to head.
See thee to worker. What needeth be undone? Rita, what need if ham on min way? Yare to done some work. And Seely e builded thing. Ick'll build a that for they. Rita, what needeth worker?
King John's forces were struck by a raiding group of rebels sallying from the castle.
Build ende that Rita new.
see they to work. I'm on my way. All stayed done.
Viene Hestes! Heriende Hestes nu!
He killed it! Crossbows, yada, on the way, tende!
Yerward for Bjornus, Yarda Tunnel, send them in to...
What needeth on min way? Tunfolk arny ready. Ick'll build a that for they.
What wilt thou? Vana et thee be bold.
What needeth they on doing?
Give them a Hestes.
Yare to don some worker. A hearkeneth, hirende seen Hester.
Yefe mea, but...
Every stareth uta every chan. Holdeth at on.
Hold on, let me go!
Tunfolk arny ready. See
Yare
this
shed.
hammer.
Efter ready, nende mina mene.
Hestes cometh a fully ende hestes. Men of our hestes shall boon the ways. Hestes and on, boermen. Ik kan
Aim and flow, crossbows. Shouldered crossbows. Ferret.
Quaroch, sir.
Oh, Derma away to Ferret.
Cursoris, dende forth.
Harry, over there. On my way.
What wilt thou?
Yes, Ishi.
Scouter I red, rende sua head. Helda Ned. Dirende nu. Ja!
What needeth be undone? Berende so ahead. He broke a hunting day.
And standards, each will do that.
Yare to done some worker. See the hestes?
Beyond this arrows!
Post it down.
Avoid it!
Manga! Engine, on the way!
Boa is a boon.
See they to work. Arkana, see they to fair and Uten every chan. Ikil happy that he build in anon.
What needeth be undone?
What needeth Ikil do that new? Delphing to do. What needeth be undone?
Hearkeneth all. Yerweth for blood done.
Hitlock.
He come to Delven.
They may.
Quaroch serveth Shelton.
What shall each...
Every charge.
Seeth the hestes.
Hitlock, there's God.
He can stir it through to every chan.
See they to way off yard to Hestes ton folk. Ikil build they that for they.
With a Shulichka, I come on the far.
The Hestes?
Hartes, that it! Yeah! Step! Seja engine yard!
One will town!
Something to shaken. Shouldered crossbow.
Pierre, Hestes. Asteriat. Rate Arwaymen.
Jonas, Yarrick with Engengande. Not slipping there, not
Crossbow. Shouted crossbow.
Is the fun that it is? Lord be of the sea. Hestes cometh, Arwaymen. Bennett Leafley.
Every chit you may Hess.
Aimeth low, crossborders. Ikil builder.
Come hit. Has Jaya. Seven.
Every for one day we sung this. And of armas, where then Ferende Uta.
Yara and crossbow on.
Where Hamot? They on out. Reaper railings are not going.
Every chan Yara. And of armas.
Saddled up on the ready. Easy.
Harkers, you ready for Hestes? What could they have?
Yare to done some worker.
Men of arms, which do a sword to Hestes. You're ready to done some work.
Every charge intended. That building will be reaper railed anon.
Jonas, here we go. We're Gangande.
Onges is sterende de
Crossbows, Yara on the way tender. Ikam buildende.
Give him it well about on. I come on the far.
We haven't been a gun.
And a fresh erne.
Ich be boon to Halinas Peters be one.
Your hair we got.
Windelet! Bella!
Pierre, Hestes. Al Suiza, yes.
Men of arms,
Hübschoppe! Jedward for Bluna! Ball!
Ich do that! Ich be boon.
every travail to go on, men of arms.
If they're ready, crossbowers.
You're moving, Dean says. There's oceans away to Dean Hesna.
No has come a minute.
Yahweh Shelton!
Turn of arms. Aggress.
Leader is ready for
Vengeance awaiting us, for one day we sundos.
Reader is that will bail dawn.
What needeth they undo? They on yard to Hastings.
Stayed it. We haven't stayed his beagle act.
Loon Sithe to reader! Half at the head, reader is.
Get us to Swinken, toon folk.
Yare to done sarkin it all. Ikilan Gina the ripper railings.
Toon folk already ready.
Moon for reader is. Best to spare.
Inverted! Hispana on the loaded!
See they to work at.
See thee to work at.
See to I think they listed. Till then they that rated.
What needeth they undone? Get it. Would yea, so they het it. Build ende that rita new.
Aronja, redende ronka, stekkeren. Ikkel do that.
And Sealy build it. See they to work. Hey, every chat. Intended.
Engine understood.
Crossbows, yep, where we got the crossbowers. Ich hear it on Hispana on the
Reader is Sithe to reading.
Engine ready for Hestus.
King John's men arrived at the outskirts of Rochester, set to... Before King John's men could hope to retake the castle, they would need to reinforce their position by capturing the village of Chatham.
Insail the bow! Somebody is Chatham! Quella vedo. I Monte Fara. Ridende forth.
crossbowers, dress it well. Lunga nu, ferret.
The king's men secured Chatham and began preparing for an arduous siege. Rochester's keep was protected by strong stone walls. The king's army would need mighty siege weapons to break through.
God swing.
Jetzt they're ready, Yara.
Hester shouldn't be here. Hester's come steppeth to it, Arway men.
Yara to done some work here.
Marketh Yara, I will be idun.
Aye.
Ich be boon to virtue guidance me well.
See they to work there. But end they so ahead. It'll have it that he building it on.
What needeth they undone? He'll build a that for they.
Every chan. Intended. See they to work there.
What needeth worker?
He'll build it that for they.
Hester sueth they head.
See thee to worker.
Good swinker early day. Every
travail to do.
Bresset Yawa. And Suitha, yes. Bale sleepily on the stirreth. It can do. Spanner on something to share, yeah? And on Rita.
What need Yaya tid to enden? Ikil habi that he's building a knot. This shula dure may. Yare to done some work. Build ende that Rita new.
Ameth Ikil.
What needeth be undone? What
King
needeth...
John's forces were struck by a raiding group of rebels sallying from the castle.
Jonas, your wounded. Me is great. It shall hell it be boon thy will be it done.
Aimeth low, crossborders!
Ridende su het. Ik heb aan de para. Ik kan do that.
Aimeth low, crossborders.
Men of army, vengeance gande.
Scouta i brende su het. Ridende fort. Ik heb aan de para. Ridende fort.
Seeth to Hastings. Woda is noteful Matera.
What needeth beyond on men way? Ik he'll build a that for they. Ik he'll build a that for they. Curse is settled. Scout it will not be undone. See they to work. Arita, what needeth work? Yare to done some worker. With the Shulichka, Folwende the Hesta. Redende to a head. Folwende the Hesta. Arita, what needeth worker?
Crossborders, dress at weapons.
Men of armies, Jonas, it's to us so to headest.
Hestes and on board. Up men ferret highwaymen.
Every chanya. It's so a hessa aliata. It's your
Yare to done some work. You'll then day that right to know.
Hearkeneth on. Flock end they wood, slow head. See they to work.
Come on, the para. See they to work. Ferende so ahead. It will not be.
What will thou? Show up their bed.
Dress Asteria. Rate Arwen. Hestes and on board. Yarway shed. Fully ende Hestes. Harry ende Hestes new. Harry ende.
Every chanya. It's your bed on this. Jonas,
It's a fight that in a dress at your highwayman. Send Brinde to you. What will thou?
What need I think they listen.
what may send them in for it.
Turn over.
Ferende so ahead. Ferende so ahead. Bay off yard to Hestus, toon folk. Block ende would do swope. See they to what need Ferende so ahead. Build ende that Rita new. Ikil habi that he built.
Boon to hear the chill and on. Veen Hesta.
What needeth be undone?
See they to work.
Ikil build a that for them.
What needeth be undone? Yeah, tit to ended. Let's set here.
Crossbows, Yaswath ahead.
Hestes cometh Arwaymen. Hestes cometh Arwaymen.
Men of armies.
Every chance travail to dawn, men of armies. Back to the third bayonets.
On the way, Tende!
Give on me Hestus.
See they to work. Voice in flesh to be upon.
God Swinker.
Thine Hester, Ishil anon.
Arita, what needeth worker? Build ende that Rita knew.
Beorgardo Hestes to folk.
Crossbows Yara on the way tende!
Every Kitsua Hessa Aliata. Travail to do.
Pierre Hestes, step into it, highwaymen.
A curse
Sewers ahead.
tende! Crossbowers! Reset weapons!
Yar on min way. Ikil happy that he build.
Boon to him. Ferende, Sua head.
Spanner on the loaded! Extra ready, crossbowers!
Yar to done the worker. Reaper railings are not going.
Jonas, let's do a Sua to head.
Ready to read. Redente fort.
Hearken it.
Every charn intended.
Build ende that Rita no.
Arita, what needeth worker? What needeth be undone?
Every John. Intended.
Hearkeneth, Arler. See they to work.
At the red crossbowers!
Cuss hands ended. Yare to Duns host it down. Seeth to Hestes. Delphing to do. What needeth be undone? If he'll do that new. Build ende that Rita new. Cause ick'll do that. Rita, what needeth work?
What wilt thou? Each understood.
Aimeth low, away we got the...
What needeth be undone? Ich ham on min way.
In Hester? Saddled up on the rail.
What ship Merriman gaende? Jiffe maybe.
Yar on min way.
Merriman, yeah. Yet they may afoot.
Ick'll happy that he building an on.
Every John Yard, man of armies, weapons for it.
What needed beyond do? Eagle Harbour that he built and on.
Hunting to the top.
See fate a worker. Yeah, so they het it. With the Schulichka. Redende fort. God Swinker. Bean scout. Come on the father. What needeth they undone? Rende sewer het. Hirende fiend hasta. See thee to work, eh?
Ich be bad well bedon.
Yeah. Yet to tutte is none more dead.
Crossbowers, rest at web. Cross, yeah, anon Rita.
Fresh mark.
Aimeth ich hier at that!
Intend Glidande ne'er hurteth no one never down.
Nu, tut readeth nu, tuteth.
Aimeth low, crossbowers!
Hestes for this reader. Look for your be ready, friends.
Hester step and to it, highwaymen.
Yare to done some work. Here and they fiend hasta. If he'll go and drop a wood up. Hold still, Tom. What needeth they undone?
Crossbows, what the heck?
Dynastic.
Wow, serpent shattered.
Lean, Hester. Harliness litters me way. Where are the swordsmen?
Obeisance is on it up.
Reader, ut ridende nu.
All commandente to serve.
Scout, redende su ahead. It will obey a done.
What wilt thou?
What shall each do? Cretus, keepeth good battle, Cretus.
The king's men discovered the farmlands that supplied the rebels at Rochester. If the rebels lost access to the food supplies, some of them would be forced to flee. They had the opportunity to weaken the rebellion by eliminating the castle's supplies.
Seja inch every Serge engines. We are still in.
Give them redende su ahead. Ickle, do that.
Nu, Tulkas, certus.
Boon to him. Yes, he shit. Are you ready for Hester? Hester's understood.
Aggressat your alunga nu. Ferrer.
Arita, what needed host it do? Build a that money.
Aggress ernende mina mede. Else ready, crossborders!
Sharpest shouldn't be here.
Serge engines. Any other gunning to caution? Caution, go to Hester. Understood.
Focus, not slow.
Who's there to serve? Obeisance is Arthur Canitus Ya. Let us read it.
Lean, Hester. I will be it. Yes, it is. Serge Pirende Hester.
Come. Hester's commander.
Canitus, out readeth, thou apple Tulkas.
Come. Each fortheth in his.
Something to shed spot. Manganel Yar. Are you ready for Hestes?
What needeth they undone? Ick'll happy that he building anon.
See they to work at. Ich am on my way. Ich will build me that for thee.
Ich be boon to hear. Mangada, Onjin Yare for Hestes. Are you ready for Porwende with Sungos?
Arthur Canitus Yard. Tulkas and Shanka for Canitus. In others Canitus, stand in the yard. All is with.
Are you ready for Hestes? To when they hit. In Hester? Yeah, certes. Serge, to when they hit.
Hartes swote.
Serge, understood.
Dresseth jou, Owen. Well it matter.
Canitus Yard.
In Hester? Are you ready for Hestes?
Canitus, stand in the yard. To serve. Canitus, in the
Are you ready? Engine, on the way! Everything is a detail here at Hester! each here they have. Says your talent!
Folk already ready. Build ende that Rita new. See they to worker. It will build a that for they. On men way.
Says your engine!
Krita! And then take the corner!
Engine, you mangana yard! Listen! Says engines!
Men of Fenner! What will Tala Knita Frida? Emme to fare to see you.
What needeth Bayon sees the high things they lister.
Hold the hand with us!
It will build a that for they. See they come on min way. It will happy that he building a nom. It will build a that for they.
See they to work at.
What needeth Bayon done? Arita. What need Arita? What needeth worker?
Harkeneth for Hestes!
Understood.
Ich bin Brute hier. Average thing is an engines.
Been spared.
Men of armed, here we go. We've been experiment.
Split the foot first, Reckes.
God's be made.
What wilt thou? That well have be done.
What will thou?
Look for you, we shall lay.
Reader, await tender Hestes.
Tulkels, Uraha.
Benitas, Dute is none burden.
Din Hester. So Manganala. Kerende Hester. Verkunde Hester.
Presset, Asterias, Bravle,
Engine Yare for Hestes. Listen, sir.
Yare to don some worker. It will do that new.
Anande that sure here.
Build ende that Rita new.
Seja engine ya engine. Listen. Says on. Says of Kerende. Oh, what?
Din Hester.
Knitas, on its winter.
Ich hear it up.
Manganel, yeah. Every thing is a detent. Yeah. Intended to end it.
See they to worker. Woulda. Yeah. Tid to wenden. It will happy that he building a knob. Berende su ahead.
Reader, await tender Hestes.
So ahead. What will
Pierre Hestes. Suiza, yes.
Says engine for when they were sungus.
It is Sitha Certes.
Hestes and on, Boaman.
Beoth Liepel. Send them to mina work.
Reader, readeress. Vestas banner.
And stand gay, Certes.
Hestes come at can do.
It's in
Average the Kerende Hester.
Hestes come at
He can do.
Uned better, Arwe men.
Work ending. Crossbow.
Mangana, awaiting Hestes.
Boon forth.
See they read.
Speremen. Speremen. Stirreth yow.
Crossbowers, dressed weapons. Ik kan wat bij of de Hester aanschakken op een armes.
Harkeneth for Hestes. Kerende away, Allah.
Aflo kniet voor Arne.
Aflo knietens. Engine Yare. Everything is a detent.
Get it, mean a word.
Says engine, hitting him hard, says engine. Hestes, any other gun they took.
Knieters, stand in the yard. Get it, be ready for Hestes.
Says engine, awaiting Mark Sidney to burn. Sturende, away, Allah.
Toonfolk already ready. than an on.
It says engines awaiting. Hitted him hard. Engines. A do it to a header.
Hester's commander.
Every when they hit.
All of you know is number that. Hestes and all day and fella. Our way, man.
Engines.
What shall each do? Alonja, sit high. This is our
One day we sungus. Says on one day hit.
Sperimen Yara.
Engines, all engines, sterende nu.
Crossbow Yara, Fort Guard crossbows. Emeth low crossbowers.
Men of armies are grepper for store. Aye, you cannot build a that.
Everything is a deton. Engines.
Hestes and all steppeth to it.
Manganara waiting Hestes. Be ready for head. Yeah. Understood. Says engines to when they hit.
Yare to don yeah, sueth they hatten. Harkeneth aller.
And are alle sweet.
With the farms alight, King John's chokehold on the rebels was tightening. With supplies critically low, the rebel commander discharged his weakest fighters, hoping to preserve what little food remained. Fearing further dissent against his rule, King John ordered safe passage for the surrendered rebels away from Rochester. King John's men discovered that the castle was being resupplied by a stream of traders.
Understood.
Readers is let it read it. Stecher. Readers. Nana Milche.
Ours commander. Readers is set. On ready. Canitas stand at me the water. Better. Canitas in the attack.
All is a deep. The Hestes will be obeyed. It will be done.
Canitas he has stays yet. Your man and read a book. Started men, bethinken on the spoil.
Engines, they all are on the mover. Awaited by
the set getting on me.
Shut out!
We have an Hestes coming on.
Push it! Oh, we're both going to the hit our way, men.
After to Hestes, young men.
Oh, we're men. We're moving the shoulder.
We are ready. Engines, indeed.
Be there, our way, men. And less than our way, men. And then.
Engines, Hestes on the stop. Engines, moving altar. It's
everybody.
What needeth breaking?
Hestes shall be obeyed. Glory and sheep.
Engines, ready to assault. Hestes on the stop.
Crossbowers, a Teton weapon.
Our way, men. We are ready.
Hestes went for Serge engines. The Hestes will be.
Engines, Hestes the movement, man. Obeying
Rochester's outer wall crumbled to King John's men, and they descended on the keep. Cut off from all hope of resupply, more of the rebels were forced to abandon the fight.
Moving new. As the sole engine awaiting and commander. Track Parliament. Following the attack.
Reckes. Yeah? What needest thou of me?
Intendon. Harken Yawala. Way have a Hestes. He's always been hitting and building, and he's building well.
Engines, the Westing Barkers.
Nikas, in good second. Fort
Fracas. We will have in Hestes and
Obedience to west, stealing sway. Estes moving the artillery.
We hunger for the axe. Standing and beaten, spearman. Serge on Foster the Serge, Orchard. Parent.
Onsen awaiting and
He's acting. Serge Orchard. Estes siege artillery is moving out.
Hearken to Hestes, young men. Be obeyed. Read a fall. No, young men. Forthward. They hiding at the back. Your company will be welcome, friend.
Hestes for the Manganel. Allah is a teacher. Listen, I'm two launches. They're ready to assault them. Highwaymen, address the man at a worthy book. Sergeants and armies, you're introduced to the engines, the waiting markers. We're standard young engines. Sergeants and engines, they're ready to assault her. Crossborders, and Eaton weapons. Into the saddle. Highwaymen, engines, they're waiting. The engine,
Onsen awaiting and commander.
we are ready. Engines, heating.
What should the engine do?
I'll read
What should the engine do? Onsen awaiting and commander.
What is left? Sirs, it will be all good.
Hente nous, sir.
Estes McNard, and for forth you knew.
We have
Canada be duty.
Nitas iretis team. Fracas. We will have in Hestes and on Hestes yet.
Nancarving in the postern. It will be your sua. Engines, the waiting markers. Allah is a data.
King John's men came to St. Margaret's Monastery. Although the monks would not take sides, they would provide medical care for wounded soldiers. The local market was also open to trade with Chatham.
Push it, Arwen. Manganella Deaton. Husband, what Ned is Brissinger.
Iridas.
Iredi. Haken up your spears.
What should the engine do?
Hestes for the engine. Listen, be ready for cover forward. They hiding at the back. Says on will be obeyed. Says on movement, Archie. Listen and do not miss it. We are ready. Hestes with this set forward the stairs into young crackers.
And stond, ich du sua ich am I head.
He awakes me. On you, Hester. With the stairs, Archie.
We're having an end. Let us Sarandusa. It will forget.
No! We next could have been under the hand with us.
Roman, get in, y'all moving, y'all men.
Allah is a data. It will be all done. The Serge engine getting on with it. Good. We have no hit. Will be all done.
What need an animal?
Serge engine up. Ali said to the cannon. Go. Because he ready for need to ring. Ali said ready
keep was laid bare for the taking.
Awaiting Onja and setting out Ayen. Push it, Arway men, and tear it back. This says Onja's army will be undone. What shoulder than the Onja will do that? Good. The Hestes will be on fire. So will it get any monsters past. Ah, is that it? I do. Says Onja. This says Onja's army.
Ali killer, burn the Hester. Glory see ye await the Tolkien. Onjin, we're ready. The Osundam and four. We shall do anything.
Hey, Arnu, getting on mid-hit.
Didn't you?
Where should it? Ah, is that it?
The commander is clear.
Oh, wait, man. Wait, look out. Oh, wait, man. We are moving. Hjälpen är man att get out of here. Oh, wait, man. And move. Training. Oh, wait, man. Each a bear. A feeder. Oh, wait, man. Fina Hestes. What should we know? How to stop it? Ah, it will be all good. Good there.
Ready to hear in Hestes. Crossbows bashing the Hester. Onjin, Thunder no, going out.
You ready for the...
Hearken to me. Hester is plain.
We have an Hestes coming on. Obeisance. Be on.
Hestes for the... This says Onjin's army ready. Says Onjin, waiting for me. Onjin, listen.
You ready to read the...
Hearken to Hestes. Yeah, Hestes is yes.
Way are the way. Your will is needed.
Who's thou havest the wood?
If he'll get this building, he build it for thee. If he'll get this building, he build... What needest thou of me?
Yeah, you ready for Hestes? Or way that this is it. Ah, is a data. Listen! And do not miss it!
Ignitus, Bricken, shot in. Ali Sandy, he'll obey the Hester.
Cloming, raiding forth anon. Recreant and sworn to me. Do us Cloming, they releasing about men. Forth.
Captain Arwaras!
The sails on getting on with it! Onjin, ready to it in shallow.
Ignitus, activations, is me honor. Shottel Nitex.
Orchestras, okay, offering. Not coming in the wrong compartment.
Where Nitas are ready for Sturra. Sturra, Nitas. Bring the me honor. Iomea! Iomea! Pidale! Sempre la Marina to ahead!
The great keep at Rochester fell at the hands of the king's army, securing both the castle and the route to London. While the fight for England raged on, a desperate King John clung to the throne. When forces loyal to King John undermined Rochester Castle, it spelled doom for the rebels inside. Within days, they had surrendered. But the rebel barons weren't done yet. Their ally, Prince Louis of France, had sent an invasion force to help the barons overthrow King John. Then, in late 1216, the king fell ill with dysentery and died. His son, just 9 years old, was crowned King Henry III. It was now up to the young king's regent, the 70-year-old legendary knight William Marshal, to protect the crown. He faced a near impossible challenge. England was crumbling. Rebels were taking town after town. But William Marshal bided his time and prepared to defeat the rebels. Then in May 1217, he got the chance that he'd been waiting for. William discovered that the rebels planned to simultaneously besiege both Dover Castle and Lincoln Castle. With rebel forces split and weakened, William Marshal led his royalist army to Lincoln. The castle on one side of the city was still controlled by royalists, under its formidable constable, Lady Nicola de la Haye. But the streets of the city were under rebel control. On May 20th, 1217, the Royalist Relief Force, led by William Marshal, arrived to retake the rebel-controlled city. The future of England rode on the success of this mission. Troops loyal to the king held the castle at Lincoln, while outside, rebels controlled the city. The defenders had to hold the castle until reinforcements arrived, under the command of the king's knight, William Marshal.
Beothgard to Hastings, Tunfolk. Beothgard to Irene, they thin Hester. Jare, tot Hestes kommer. Jare, Hestes, voljende Hestes. Tunfolk already ready? Tunfolk already ready? We are further to Hestes kommer. Boa is a boon. Men of armies, we're then for the get it to Swinken. We have a sail on Shethen. Every Janya, Vendel Yard, Shabby Bow. Send them at Fereth to Orende, men of armies. Which fortet in his. The dawn, men of armies. Men of armies, Tunfolk, Arnie. Focus, stirreth you know. Tunfolk, stirreth you know. Men of armies, a gletted for store.
Crossborders, Brexit, Nende Mina Mene.
Men of armies, a gletted
The king's men discovered a building belonging to the rebels. To secure Lincoln, they would need to destroy the rebels' military structures.
Market the Swanket Toon Folk.
Dresset jou aanwijmen. Dresset jou aanwijmen.
Men of Armes, Abiden. Men of Armes.
Min sperre is jaren. What shall eat sperremen jaren? Sperremen verre. Sperres.
Jere Hestes.
Sperremen.
Something to shed. Hestes commander. See they to work every Jara. Jonas Jare Toto. It's so a Hess. It is the Swanket Toon Folk.
Sperremen jaren.
We are fair and due to Toon Folk.
Let's be ready, crossbowers. Shoulder and crossbows.
Baron. Toon Folk, are they ready?
What will
He
thou?
can have it that he builds it.
What will thou? Hestes and all bowmen.
Hestes commander.
It's to us who are to Hestes.
Belgium ready for Hestes.
Harten sperremen. Iren.
Tolkes Hestes zullen we hier. Hestes cometh, Arwaymen!
Roger, do I need that? Come on, Fleckes. Banner.
Hess commande. Understood.
Let us guard, Banner. Launch into center.
Arwaymen! Jere Hestes! Ik kan het doen!
What Hestes have arranged? What needeth be undone? See thee to work at. Aye.
Rapid follows ready. And a fresh market.
Jere Hestes! Bij ons Lippeli, onder...
Harken het alles every Jara. Eagle have us that. What will thou? Jonas, Jare to done. Men of Armes, where then
It's to us who are to Hestes.
Men of Armes, to dawn, men of Armes. Ferreth to Urende, men of Armes. Extor.
It's Sua
Herwigan, Gangande.
Hestes for this reader and a fresh market. Aimeth low, cross border. Ik hear it out. Hestes. Reader is he set on ready.
Fiona Hestes!
Ekeltultha, something to shatter. Crossbow on crossbowers. Reset weapons. Send a Hestes.
Men of Armes, weapon Verenda Uta. See they to work at.
Harkeneth aller.
Every John Yara! Hester Shula be here!
Crossbows Yara on the way. They are kette. We're on fortgang game day. Jippe mij voor they off. Redende ronker stecheren. And speed it, talkers. Something to shaken.
And see
It's Polway Hestes! It'll do that. Half of the him, Reader is. Reader is. Best of men. See, take a to a marker. Crossbows Yara on the Hernende Mina me Spanner on the Frankes Haken. Du Hekel. Reader as he said already.
Readers, seat to reading.
Boon to him. Yes, it's him.
It's the ready, crossborders. Crossborders, stir something to shaken.
I think Tilly.
Men of armies,
Which force
see
Estes for this reader.
Boon for the each follow away Hastings.
Seja Engineada.
Reader as he set on let us read it, Stacher. Reader as best to spare.
He ready for Hestes.
Readers, he read seat to reading.
He ready for Hestes.
Reader as he ready for Hestes.
Any other Sunday to potion?
Evolutionjara! En av armes, weapon for a note! And store! See that to work!
At last, the King's Knight William Marshal arrived with his forces. While a hard battle remained, there was now hope for the young King's army. In order to liberate the city surrounding the castle, William Marshal commanded the King's men to destroy the military buildings belonging to the rebels. William Marshal's forces were welcomed in Stowe, a nearby town loyal to the king.
Yare to done some worker. Yare to Hester's two folk.
serve. Honest with. Fourth ward is on the race. Cletus, look at you be ready, Freckles.
Hestes kom upp med
We are
Hestes var
Cletus, ja! Cletus, in the shot! Up, Cletus, ja! Cletus, stand in the yard! Cletus, in the shot!
What needeth be undone? Toonfolk already ready? Yea, so they had to.
Cletus, Cletus, ja! Cletus, Cletus, stand in the yard! Cletus, in the shot! Cletus, you die! Down for that!
Hestes är nollbord. Asterias. Draft dig, Arwen.
Arthur Bufrida Nur, Tulkas! Surrender! Arthur Cletus, ja! Alla Cletus, ja! Attention to serve! Arthur Cletus, ja!
Get it to if you'll do that now.
Seizure engine yard.
Cletus, in the sun! Cletus, stand! Cletus, today is number 9! Cletus, stand in the yard! Men of arms, Amida! Alla Cletus, ja!
The king's men tore through the rebel fortifications, diminishing the enemy's military presence.
Coming last! Dita! Arthur Cletus, ja! Attention to serve! Alla
The castle now faced a new attack from the rebels' French allies.
Steppeth to it, Arwen.
Intended well.
See they to work. Beoth ya, focus stirreth ya no. Then they that rate see they to work. Equal build they that for they. Ya rate to done some work.
Understood.
If the king's men hoped to lift the French siege, they would need to destroy the enemy forts on the outskirts of Lincoln.
For Hestes. You ready for Hestes?
Cletus, stand in the yard! No, Tullich, live it! Get to the ready.
Ich be boon to hear.
Cletus, in the shot!
Everything is a ditch. Sit there to follow.
Cletus, Certas! Up, Cletus, yard! Cletus, stand in the yard!
Spring down, at the ready.
Thine hest, each guard, so ahead! It is seat readeth new, Tulkas. Cletus,
Spring down, away 10-day Hestes.
new, Tulkas. Dute is number 10.
And crossborders, crescent wet. Away we got the crossborders.
What wilt thou?
Our commanding!
The king's army had almost regained control of the city.
Cletus, yard! Cletus, up, Cletus, yard! Cletus, yard! Cletus, in the shot!
Unchen, Yuri for Hestes.
Fuse to serve.
Crossbows, Yara, Forka, crossbows.
Folk already ready.
Cletus, stand in the yard! Up, Cletus, yard! Obeisance is Arne Abdu!
The Hestes?
See to I think they listen her.
Beoth, we are fair and new to folk. Equal to that.
The king's army razed the last of the rebels' military buildings, but the French siege continued.
And seal ye builded thing. See they to work at.
See they to fair and out.
Obeisance is on it.
See the hest, see they to fair and out every chan. Stir and out every chan.
Reader, away tender.
Look at you be ready, Freck. Andente to serve it. Yet to the ready. All is with it. On certes.
Two kills.
All is with it.
See they to work.
Harkeneth aller.
Saddle hopper on the ready.
Stareth ut every chan. Holdeth at onsa.
It is Sita for actors. Better man, each will do that. That will be your good.
Reader as he sets on ready.
Aim it low, and then min spera is yara. Look at you be ready.
Who will they on?
Hestus and all bowmen.
Arita, what?
Every charm and Arita. See they.
See they to work at. Harkeneth alla. Equal builded that for day. Equal have it that he building and on. You're right to done. What needeth be?
See they to.
See they to work.
What needeth be undone?
What needeth be undone? Over there, on me way. He come to Delvin. Building done. It looketh good. And seal ye building things.
What needeth be? Seeth to Hestes.
It is Sita. It's live to hear.
Springer moving things surgeon.
Over the stairway. We haven't stood as beyond that.
Arrange that will be done.
See they to work at.
Every charm and tender.
You can have it that he building and on.
Yet at mean a word, Ferret. Fort Warde Freckers. Mit shall lay the yow.
What before and deep about.
Reader as impressed.
Hestes cometh our way men.
Claw. Come mid bay, Freckers.
Send the man to me no one, kiss.
Hold the hand with us!
Fuse to serve.
Market Yara, my friend. So are they back.
Shall tender! On Natus!
What needeth be? See if ham on min way. Beoth post hit on. If he'll have it that he building.
You're ready to done some work here. Yeah. So with the head.
What harkeneth stareth uta every time. Holdeth at.
Nu, Tulkes. Second yow. It's the ready, crossborders! Marco Canitas! Yar! He's have a wonder! Canitas! Into the sun! He shall lay the yow!
Yeah, who's chopper?
Reader as he set on ready.
Siege per window with Sundus!
Avoid it! All Canitas certas. Look at you be ready, Freckers.
The Monkas a standard yard.
And a fresh mark. Yeah, and a good
Caesar engine yard!
He shall lay the yow.
See they to work here.
Harkeneth. Where haveth steaders Bayona.
Mi heart is very man. He read.
Boom to heal.
Nu, Tulke. Fourth Warde Freckers. Mit Baldenes.
Aggress at yourself.
The Munkas a standeth yard.
Arachinitas yard!
What needeth be undone?
Arketh yard, Munkas, see for the move.
Arachinitas yard! Today is none but done!
Says Unjin, when they hit. Unjin, Tana, Tolkien, Tana!
Canitas, ut readeth, thou up! Men of our Hester shouldn't be here.
Spoon for the... Let it readin. Roger. Let it readin. Stecher.
What standeth, Sperryman? Swat they had. Send them back to Mina Grand.
Agretes for Alunganu. Farah.
It is seek contente to serve. Are to kill.
What needeth be undone?
Klom! Nu Hestes per ha. Ik ga man te vara.
With the Shulichka. I can't do that.
Scouter, i ready. Ridende forth. Scouter, i ready to volwende the Hester.
See thing to work, eh?
Jana, it's obey thine Hess.
Yet to the read it through, Julius. Na! The bow et ferende! Benders is in the near big.
Sperry.
Yet to the ready for Hester.
Ferens.
At mina word, Ferret. Nu, forth warde frekkes. Mit baldenes.
Hestes kommet, Arwaymen! The Munkas who get, see for the move.
Attend the Hester. Stand in the yard. Fjerde Hester. I känner din Hester.
In Parker hit a seat that to fair.
Over the job. Tende. And a fresh market.
Greet for Arneth Japrotofa. Estas nu.
Hearkeneth all. You'll then do that right to know. You'll build thee that for thee.
Knitters, in the sun, alla kan get to servant. Spring care.
What needeth be undone? What me on my way? Wooder is noteful matera. Build end that Rita new.
Arita, what need?
Yare to I think they list. Arita.
Seja engine
Send them
yard.
to Mina Warkes.
Sage engine verrender.
Seeth to Hestes.
Hirende Dean Hester.
Min sperre is yard. Aftel knitters jou ut reader, thou aftel tulkes.
Hestes.
Look jou be it ready, frekkes. Today is none but then.
The Munkas a standeth yard. Let us see that to fair.
Seeth thee to work at.
Every charm.
All state done.
What shall each do?
Harkeneth for Hestes.
See they to it is seat of the shall lady ya. Certes.
Yare to.
What needeth?
Seeth thee to work. Geteth Hirende in Hester. Flock ende wood, swow head Sarita. What needeth worker? You'll build thee that for thee. You'll then thee that right to know.
Seeth to Hestes.
Ferem, that will I be out to. Min spere is ja. What shall each do?
Is spanner on the loaded. Ich am ferende nu.
Fuset alle sweet. Certes.
Give them a helden. Sterende nu.
You ready for Heston? Yeah.
Alle Knites ja. Let us read it, Knites.
The honest, it's obeyed.
Reader, which follow Hestes.
What will
Yes. So they had some
Crossbow! Moon for they off. Here are Hestes.
The king's men uncovered one of the French forces' siege camps near Lincoln.
You're ready to done some.
Harkeneth, Arler.
Toon folk, aren't he ready? Eagle have that ye building anon. Harkeneth alla. We have the Hestes. Aim it low, Conqueror, shoulder and crossbows.
Seek the Hestes. That building will be derailed enough.
Get thee ready for Heston. At mina word, Ferris.
Jordan, Todon!
Crossbows Yara on the way pending.
Ongen Yare for Hestes.
Crises. Fourth warde Crises.
Salita. What Toonfolk already ready? We have at status to pay, Toonfolk. You'll then day that right to do. What needeth be undone?
Every chance. See they to fair and Uten. Every.
Tulkas. Yauk.
Says Onjins to when they hit.
Come, it's so a hessa alia. See they to work at.
Average thing is for when they we sungas.
Scouter, you come on the fara.
Look at you be at the new Tulkas. Who to readeth new Tulkas.
Says Onjins, says
Boa is the boom.
Crossbow. Yeah. At they ready, crossbow. At they ready. Shoulder and crossbows.
Dresseth yao hardway. Hail sleepily on the spirit.
See they to work at.
See they to Yare.
See they to work at. Get it the eagle do that no. They are all stayed done. Yeah, so they hated. build they that for that. Arita, what needeth worker? Yeah.
What needeth be
And a fresh market.
What needeth be undone?
Sperimen Yara. What needeth?
See, Yare to done some work for Ende Suahet.
Dynastic.
Build Ende that Rita new.
What needeth be undone?
Japathop. It is Sita for actors. He shall lay the yow. Arthur Canitas Yara. Andente to serve.
What needeth be undone?
Hearkeneth aller.
Yeah.
Rita, what needeth work? What needeth be undone? Rita, what
needeth?
Yes, what needeth be undone? Ikil happy that he building an on.
See they to worker.
What? See they to work at? Ikil build a that for they.
Arita, what needeth worker?
Nu Tulkes, for what de Frankes, mit Baldenes. Canitas, standende Yara.
Lute is Hestes and on, Boaman.
It says your engine Yara. Alwende Wisungus.
Came in flow, cross Yara, fourth gap from
Yara, Umnen Ben.
Alla Canute is none.
Onjin pereth away, says Onjins. It them hearts, ever each thing is a detail.
Spot ahead.
It is Sita for its living.
Canitas, in the top. Canitas, stand in the yard. Sperimen on the witness. Arthur Canitas.
Urban and shoot your partner in his. Yara, on to a marker.
Canitas on the witness.
Says your engine, Yara. See they to work. Eagle haveth that he built.
What needeth be undone? Beoth yar to Hestes, toonfolk.
Apple Canitas, it shall lay the yow. The Canitas, it's never to hear them.
Let's should be headed.
Yeah, Asteria. Ah, the Canitas.
Onjin, Gary for him. Onjin, ever each thing lesser, says Onjin. Says Onjins, awaiting us. Understood. Two turds, any other ever each thing is an
Arevich gas.
Onjin, Onjins. Fair. Says Onjins. Lesser.
Canitas, standing best good fettle Canitas.
Intend Hestes steppeth to it Arwe me.
Crossbow, a kill.
It says Onjins. Onjin! Lesser!
Crossbow, yeah.
Market Yara, mi frere, et is Sita.
Onjin,
Canitas, stand in best good battle, Canitas.
Hestes, come at our way.
Ah, the Canitas, not
ever each thing is lesser, says
Sejunje, Kirende Hesta. Every click one Wednesday. Knitas, for Guarne, Knitas, to stood.
Dress it, gal, I'll keep it. Or Marcus Bowman.
Following the search engine, y'all. Nites, food for blood! Sergeant, left there! And do not miss it!
A shot to him! And rest up for the shrew-wit. Ready to go.
The king's army tore through the French fort, weakening the enemy siege.
No, young men, attendant. An honore to do that.
Yeah, you ready for Hest?
Harken, alla! Hestes aren't...
We have in Hestes coming on. Forthwell.
You ready for the next one?
Intendin'.
Yeah?
Nan rest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Harken, alla! Hestes aren't coming. He bore way that this is he builded and he builded well.
We come at the command.
And rest up for the shrew-wit. Ready to go. Ready to go.
Intendant. Ariton, if you'll do suethe commander. Yes, sir.
Harken to your bed. Read a form. Your company will be welcome. Where Nitas are the rest, Nitas fortwarders to Mikkel Flore.
Yeah, he ready for het.
Nitas, Urchesor is fair. Obeisance is me honor.
You ready for the next red? You ready?
Yeah, you ready for...
Harken, Yawala. Way haveth Hestes. Looking forward. Yeah, doing hit and on. If he'll get this building, he...
Yeah, you ready for Hastings? Yeah.
Ready to gone. Intendin'.
I'll return.
Arita every chan, Theran Uta. Build Yea, Eunde Yeta me Hestes.
Frekis, I can't be Ute. The Heste is yet. Benitas, ready for your bear. Be the letter. On ration Shotun,
Sejunje, always reckless misdeed! Nicotine, I can't be Ute!
Obeisance is me honor. Pricker, Nitas, fusing for glory. Hearken to Hestes, sterling men. Bethink Nitas, in good battle good. Forte. Nitas, fusing for glory. Nitas with his team. We will have Hestes and non-breathing. Your company will be welcome, Frankis.
Where Nitas are Nitas! In good battle no!
Nitas fusing for glory. Where Nitas are ready for storm. You obey.
I'll be yipping him out of good.
Jet and trolley.
Ah, the Hestes will be obeyed!
Son, coming.
Two young men. Attend.
To the Heritage, following him. All is at the engines. Let it head fell and the Hestes will be obeyed. Each shall hold them in place.
We have an Hestes coming on.
Where you obey and read a forth? Need the forth well. Yea, I wedge,
thinking on the spoil! When Eaters are ready for stir, he obey. Initus fuge until Nites, forthwardes.
Crossbowers and errant crossbows, and none many. To hear and is to obey.
Pusheth our way, steer.
What would thou havest the west standeth yard?
Yes, sir. It's Kansas afternoon.
You ready to hear in Hestus?
Nitus, he ready for Bricken, Churchills.
The Sage, sorry, good old spearman, moving spearman, and Superman, Befreres, let the Sage, Urgent, team to leave it.
Be waiting now. Patience is me honor. Nitus, Ursiove, read of all. It is team. Good three. Nitus, in good settlement.
These sergeants on well.
I hate.
Spearman, it's before he had to have.
Sage, Urgent, the Sage,
Aim and low, bashing these Nitus. Social Nitus, forthwardes. To Mikel glory.
Each kind of foot. These sergeants and
Allah, it will be done. Trackers, your Hestes are here. Getting on mid-hit.
come beyond this way. Stand as yes to come on.
Nitus, he ready, Obea. He Obea, be the let.
Ready for the next worker on the roller? Yeah, doing hit and on. We are in a waiting for brilliance. Moving yourselves.
Yes, me well.
Board way that this is he building and he build it well.
Standing and feeting, spearman.
And carving in the runkers, Hestes coming. Fostering the Sage engine.
We have an Hestes coming on forthward. They hiding at the back. When it need us, in good fettle no. He ready.
Sharpen up a spearman. Move it.
Neatness, fuse for glory. Ovation is me honor.
In a liga being shot at. Spear, he obey the Hestes.
Neatness, he ready. This team. Neatness. Good creed and folk. Neatness, Ricken, Churchill.
Ab Sergeant Aramis. Avida Bordes on Hap.
All I'm doing that now.
Standing and
Aiming low, crossbowers.
Obesh, sending me. Abide, each carry our women. We moon and best.
Here on Hestes, following the Sage engine. Thou freckers. Hestes for the engine. It will be done.
Neatness, he ready. Ricken, Churchill.
Terminated on some tiddy camping.
Lerno, Freres, letting us forth steer.
Sage engines at the ready. Get it, Boscan.
Neatness, fuse for Tulken. Become me duty. The Heste is yet.
Sage engines at the ready. The Sage, get it, Boscan.
Where Neatness are near it. Where Neatness are near it. It is tea. Frank is stirred and man.
Me spearman, Serpes, or not. Our women, let them and yar our women. We are moving.
These sergeants at arms, eaten to feet.
Be that our women. Get down your gear, our women. On moon.
Lord, I can see ye awake, that focus.
Allah is ready. Waiting for heat! Engines, listen!
Neatness, he obey. Be the let. Stir it, Neatness. It grows settle no. Neatness, onwards! Neatness! Good read and forth! Bricken, Churchills! He come at the command!
Glory! She pusheth our women and heareth the Hestes.
Neatness, he ready for commanders? An honor to do that.
Has it will be done?
He come hearkening. What is their word? He crossbows, he ready and doing that anon.
These sergeants
Nites, Ursesuns, Theome, Unreadable.
Hester the Hestes will be
Icam hearkening.
What are is it? Sergeant Sadarmes! Sergeant James, at the red Hester's been moving the artillery's new. The Serge engines are ready.
Nites Ursesunis Berlin!
Serge engines are getting on with it.
Ready yourselves! Set them spears!
We're standing and silly one cut in the fresh highwaymen. It will not but be the Hester.
Nites Johnson Nites! What warnes?
Wish and we appear to stand and
Highwaymen, we moon and down your gear, highwaymen, and moon. Pusheth highwaymen, and each of
the sergeants doing that too. Allah is a sergeant James.
Crossbows have hit will.
Slowly and Sergeant Sadarmes! Gang!
Nites, Urseso, obeisance is me honor.
That clear a hit.
Where Nites are ready for Shottel Nites, forthwardes, to Mikkel glory.
To command.
Uncommon, Sinitus, an honore to do that. Io bear be the left. Nitas in good battle no.
Yeah, way have it kill folly and the Heston. Your will is me, Dita. Building to put an upper.
Nitas, you ready for commands? Economy duty.
Abide, highwaymen. Hestes ilka thief.
Aim and low, crossbow. Ik do what the hell.
Serge engines have that wash. The Serge engines are getting on with it. Yes. Serge engines at the ready.
Be ready. It will let me us. The crossbows at the ready.
Highwaymen, and glad. Hester. Each of them.
Push it! Highwaymen!
Move on, engines!
Who's now? Both guns to a young meditate, highwaymen! Understood. Ha! Market me point! Spare me! Crossbow! It will let me do!
Track, the Hestes will be obeyed.
Nitas, you ready for commands? Aim and doing that!
Serge, it will be all done. Allah is a Dita. Waiting for hit! Engines!
Be that highway, be that! It's down to me! Who's now decided this shot? Highwaymen, we are moving!
The set!
Highwaymen!
Team delivered! Allah is a Dita!
Crossing blocking! Gladsome well canoe!
Standing and beaten, yo found! Herman, yo beasti has...
Highwaymen, Hestes ilka peace!
Crossbow, Asteren, yo lord the crossbow!
The Serge engines are
ready! This way up there! Highwaymen, both guns to a crossbow!
Allah is a lesson! At the stage on engines! Look there, no feathers!
Push it, highwaymen!
Hang on! Everything is northern! Crossbow,
there! Sergeant! The Hester shall be done!
Spere is Caesar!
We ferry again, me!
Crossbow, Terran! On the corner over Yakis! Here it is to base!
Highwaymen, each a bear! We ferry again! Make them disc!
Serge engines at the ready!
Well, Nisha Darby ready for sneakers! Team of glory! Is he ready for commander? Is he ready for commander?
Hestes! Nikas in Hestes Jefet! When it's Fricka Churchills!
William Marshal and Nicola de la Haye had saved the city, and with it, the kingdom. William Marshal's success in retaking Lincoln was an overwhelming victory for the Royalists. The rebel barons had been defeated, and their French allies driven out of England altogether. William Marshal now focused on creating a stable kingdom for the young King Henry III. To maintain the backing of the rebels, in 1217, a royal seal of approval was given to a reissued Magna Carta, limiting the power of the monarchy. Many barons held lands in both England and Normandy. But now they faced a choice. On which side of the Channel would they make their home? Many chose England. The cross-Channel kingdom was over, establishing a clear English identity. But the impact of the Normans on England's evolution is still felt today. Almost 1,000 years later, the surviving Norman castles and cathedrals still dominate the landscape. In the midst of the modern city, William the Conqueror's fortress, the Tower of London, remains a powerful reminder of their legacy. But it's the unseen influence of the Normans that endures. The Norman invasion changed the English language and established the foundations of modern parliament and governance. And it's all because one man, William the Conqueror, claimed the English crown that he believed by rights was his. The Normans conquered a country and changed the course of England forever.